Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Media, check your mics. Check, check. Are you Sim? Are you good?
Oh, they got them all wired up.
Everybody ready? That's okay. No problem. Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education is now convened in its regular monthly meeting. I wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone present and to our television viewers to this meeting of the school board. Tonight's agenda promises to be rich in information that will support and enhance our vision statement. Standing committees of the board will present information and reports that will keep you informed on what the district is doing to ensure that our vision of success for every child is realized. The board invites public comment at the beginning of the board meeting and before each agenda item. Board members will carefully listen to and consider the comments from the public, but the board does not engage in discussion with speakers at this meeting. Thank you for taking the time to join us. We're very glad to have you with us. And now please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Item 3 on our agenda is Be Our Guest, and Nancy Cox is going to lead us in that agenda item. Sure.
It is our pleasure to welcome parents who dined with us at our monthly Be Our Guest event. We love sharing that the culinary program at Northern High School provides our exceptional meal, and tonight was no exception. It was fabulous. We want to thank the parents who were able to join us, taking time out of their very busy holiday schedule. I think as Minnie reminded us, we have a mere 5 days left, shopping days left. So thanks again for being here, and what we'd like you to do is when we call your school, just come on up and be celebrated with a handshake from our superintendent and our board, okay? So I'd like to call up our parents from, oh gosh, now I have it, City of Medicine Academy. Thank you. And we have a parent here from Hillside. Thank you. We have, 2, yay! And we have parents from Shepherd who are able to stay. Come on up. Thank you. And did I miss? Thank you. It was nice to see you again. Did I miss any parents? We had some other parents who were with us, but they did have to go on to their other festivities for the evening. Thank you very much.
Board members and to our community, we have several celebrations this evening. I want to first start off with Riverside High School. I would ask that Mr. Tim Velagol, parent volunteer, and Adam Davidson, staff sponsor, please come to the podium so that you can introduce the students, and I will provide them with certificates.
All right. Great. Sure. Hi, my name is Tim Velagol. I'm the engineering department coordinator at Riverside High School. This is my colleague, Adam Davidson. We had the pleasure this past fall of seizing on a volunteer opportunity that came our way, in which the food bank of North Carolina had partnered with another group to do their, I think it was their 3rd annual creative food drive. And at that event, there were about 25 different participants who had submitted a structure which was to be made entirely out of food that was considered non-perishable. So our team of youngsters, when they heard about this great volunteer opportunity, decided to step up to the plate and come up with their own design. And that, in fact, is exactly what they did. These 10 kids, 3 of them seniors and 6 or 7 of them freshmen and sophomores, got together after school for several days leading up to it. And when it was all said and done, we went down to American Tobacco, put the thing together, and to our pleasant surprise, our team was awarded the Creative Food Drive's Most Creative Design Award, which Mr. Davidson, or which Mr. Kish is demonstrating back there. So we're very excited about having taken that home, and the 3 students who were a part of that 10-member team are here. We've got senior leader John Kish. So John, come on up here. And we've got Benjamin Bartnick, who's a freshman.
We want to see that. Bring that.
Yeah, bring it along. And behind him, Brennan Pitts, all 3 of them integral members of the team. That's a Ben.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to you.
Folks, thanks for your time tonight. Enjoy all these celebrations and happy holidays.
Thank you. Sure. Hey. Yes, it works, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. No, you do not. Board members, the next 3 celebrations are all going to be introduced by Mayor Casey. We have the North Carolina State Fair Art Show winners, North Carolina Honors Course, and the International Drawing for Peace contest. So, Mary, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. B. Coates. We are very excited to be here at Celebrations for some art awards, and our first one is the North Carolina State Fair winners. We had one overall winning for our elementary school. It was the top place for elementary at George Watts Montessori, and here to introduce them is Assistant Principal Miss Webb and Carol Barnes, the art teacher, with her students.
What a privilege it is to be here tonight to help celebrate Miss Barnes and this wonderful group of students and their artistic talent tonight. I am so very thankful that we have Miss Barnes on our staff, and I would just like to say congratulations to each and every one of you. This is the infamous Miss Purple. So if anyone doesn't know her by Miss Barnes, everyone knows her by Miss Purple. So I just want to say congratulations and thank you so very much.
Normally, I don't have all 6 of my participants here, but I do tonight. This is our 6th first place at the State Fair. So we've done this before. I'd love to introduce you to our artists, our 6 artists: Maggie Gaddis, Lauren Burris, Josie Sanfelice, Avery Pers Edwards, Maggie Shambliss, and Nava Shakiris. They're wonderful. With talent like that, what can we say?
And usually we're so thrilled to have any regional or state winnings, but this is an international award that was given to a Club Boulevard student at the Mahatma Gandhi Center for Peace. And to tell you about it is her art teacher, Miss Amanda Deaton.
Good evening. I had a parent actually send me an email saying, hey, some of our students might be interested in this opportunity. So I looked it over, said it'd be a great idea, sent some notes home to my, at the time, 4th grade students and said, if anybody's interested, we'll do this after school once a week. Come do it. I had, I think, 3 students participate, and Lena Angrist was one of them. She came in incredibly prepared with a great idea, a poem written and everything. She incorporated it all into her artwork, and we sent it off, and she actually won first place for 10-year-old divisions in the world. So.
And thank you to the art parents for being here.
Is that one of the ones that we display in the building or no?
We have not, but it would be, there's a copy of it that she has. I think it would be great New Year's cards, because, for peace. We do have our district art show coming up. It's January 12th, and I have cards for our board members, and it is our K-12 art exhibit that's at the North Carolina Art Museum. We've had this for over 35 years, and it's a great partnership with Central, seeing our student artwork in a real museum setting. We're going to transition to music because we have some wonderful chorus students that are here tonight, and we're representing our district at the North Carolina Honors Chorus. We have students that were at Easley, which could not be here tonight, but we were very proud of them. We had 2 from Easley. We have Little River here that's going to speak, Brogdon, Durham School of the Arts. We had Jordan and Riverside, so we're very excited to have our Honors Chorus winners.
Good evening. My name is Corey Hogans, and I'm the principal over at Little River, and I am very proud to introduce 2 of our singers from the Honors Chorus representing the group, and their families are here with them as well. Miss Khalees Bullock, who is also in the festive. She's combined the tiara here with the Christmas spirit, so she's very festive. Yes, yeah, she's got it down. And also Mr. Matthew Erickson. So they are both representing our Little River Honors Chorus, who had a fantastic performance last night, combined with Northern High School and Carrington Middle School. And by the way, Little River had the maximum number of students that could be entered into the Honors Chorus, 6. So we're very proud of Ms. Kierlowski and our children. So thank you.
Good evening. I am Corinne Huber, the choir director at Brogdon Middle School. And this year we had also 6 students try out for the North Carolina Honors Chorus. And standing in front of you here are Joe Laird and Sean Finley Jr. And they actually received 2 of the top scores in North Carolina. So we're very proud of them at Brogdon. And their parents are here as well today, and want to thank them for all of their support.
I'm Jill Bolick, the chorus teacher at Riverside High School. I have Elizabeth Henry and Madison Clark, who both made honors course this year. There's over 1,100 high schoolers in the state who auditioned for this choir, and 176 are chosen. So these were 2 of them, and we're very, very proud of them.
Thank you, board members. On behalf of the 7 honors chorus members from Durham School of the Arts, we appreciate this opportunity for recognition. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here, and some of them are in the guitar concert that I'm going back to in a few minutes. Thank you.
I'm going to put the cards on there.
That's fine. Board members, this fall, Southern School of Energy and Sustainability's CATA classes and Habitat for Humanity of Durham have worked in partnership to produce 150 birdhouse kits that Habitat will be using to raise awareness and resources to support our affordable housing mission. This evening we have Rebecca Linnett with Habitat for Humanity who will share more information. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent B. Coates. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Rebecca Leonard with Habitat. And these amazing seniors from, let me see if I have this correct. I grew up in Durham and it was always Southern High School to me, but now it is School of Energy and Sustainability. And they are in the School of Infrastructure with the CATA program, the Construction and Design Academy, under the leadership of Don Ramsey. And so we're here tonight to draw attention to two things, the mission of Habitat for Humanity of Durham and to the programs that you all support in the schools that allow for these young men and lots of other people like them, a lot of women too, I noticed when we visited, which made me very happy, to study the construction and design. And what they've done with us is they've partnered with Habitat and they've built these birdhouses. They've done this for many, many years. They've supported us in our youth programs at Habitat. It's been a beautiful partnership that has generated a tremendous amount of resources for our nonprofit, which is amazing. So they have been good stewards to the community in which they live. So we are grateful for their volunteering, and we're grateful for you all for supporting the programs that have allowed for them to do this. Don Ramsey couldn't be with us tonight. He is the teacher that has led them in this volunteering effort with Habitat, and so I want to give him a shout out and just encourage you guys to continue to support programs like this and know that they are doing more than just learning in a classroom, that they're giving back to the community as well. So we want to present you all with a holiday gift. These are the birdhouse kits that these students put together as one of their projects this fall. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
It's good to see you. Yes, too, man. Definitely. Court Cares is an initiative by Judge Joe L. Webster and staff of the United States District Court for the Middle District of North Carolina in Durham. It was launched on April the 11th, 2013 to reach out to students in the Durham Public Schools. Middle school students are introduced to the federal court system, encouraged to stay on the right side of the law, and exposed to lifelong strategies for leading successful and healthy lives. During the visit, students participated in a brief mock criminal trial conducted by Judge Webster and his staff, followed by a tour of the judicial chambers, lockup facility, and an informal question and answer period. And I want to say that Judge Webster reached out to me, I guess about a year ago, and said that he had an idea about starting a program. And Judge Webster and Dr. Spencer are actually working together to make sure that this program gets implemented across all middle schools. So Judge Webster, we just want to say thank you for the partnership, and we truly appreciate your support of the students in Durham Public Schools, and we give you the opportunity to share some comments if you would like.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone, and I know you have a very busy evening, but I do want to take the opportunity to just say a couple of things. The program, Court Cares, is set out in your agenda there. It is pretty much in a nutshell what that says, but one of the things that I have found as a parent, I have 3 adult children, and one of the things that we hope to accomplish by this program is to just show the middle school students that we, the courts, and those of us who participate in it, really do care. What I've learned over the years is that caring for others, in particular loving others, is one of the strongest instruments that we have to work with our young folks. But I want to back up and just say that certainly no man or woman is an island, and I do not do this alone. Dr. B. Coates was right. We did meet with him, and when we met with him, and I guess it was the early part of this year, I would not have thought, nor did I desire to be standing here tonight. But he said, I got the right person to work with you, and that was Dr. Spencer, and she really has done a wonderful, wonderful job. But I want to introduce and recognize my law clerks over against the wall, and I won't take the time to call all of their names, but they're here. Mayor Bell is here. Well, we have Patty Jordan on the far left in the red. She's one of my law clerks. Sonny Harris is a former Durham police officer and now part of the court security service personnel that help take care of me. We have Pedra Lee, who's one of my law clerks, and the best half of Sonny Harris over there, his wife. We have Aaron Richards, who is just visiting with us for a few days. He's a student at Vanderbilt University Law School. And so I guess I just want to leave you here, and I see one other Howard University graduate, Vita McNeil Best, sitting there. Myself, along with she and Mayor Bell, are all Howard University, proud Howard University graduates. But we just want to, are pleased to accept this award or this recognition, and if there's anything that we can do to help the young people of this community, please call upon us. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That concludes our celebrations this evening.
Board members, I need a motion to go into closed session to consider personnel matters and to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel records pursuant to 143-318.11A16 and 115C-319, and to consult with the board attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided in North Carolina General Statute 318.11A3.
Second.
It's moved and seconded that we go into closed session for those reasons stated. Those in favor say aye.
Madam Chair, just out of curiosity, is it any way that we couldn't hear the general public comments before we go into? I hate to. No telling what's going to happen in closed session.
Sure. Let's by common consent. Is everyone all right with that? I think it's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. So before we vote on that motion that was made and seconded, I would like to do what Pastor Davis suggested and take general public comment at this time. All right, we have 8 members of the public signed up who would like to speak to us. You may each have 3 minutes. The first person is Andrea Underwood.
Good evening, Board, Dr. B. Coates, community leaders. My name is Andrea Underwood. I'm the current president of Durham Association of Educators. On Tuesday, many of you know the NCAE and 6 public school teachers filed a lawsuit challenging the repeal of career status. I, along with my daughters, attended this press conference, and we were dressed in our I Heart Public Schools t-shirts. Standing there next to teachers, instructional assistants, and former superintendents and the like, I started to think about the many reasons why I was there. More than anything, I was standing there because my 8th grader wants to be a teacher. With the state of the career status repeal, the divisive 25% contracts, the lack of recognizing advanced degrees and pay, why would I, as an educator and a mom, want her to enter into the profession that I dreamed of since the 2nd grade? I told her this week will move before she endured such working conditions. Over the past couple of years, the DPS Board of Education has created and implemented a vision of leadership and learning, both for students and staff, by strategically developing positive school culture that fosters effective instructional programming and best practices, which promote overall academic success for our students. I'd argue that the mission of NCAE and the board here are one and the same as it relates to promoting and advancing the teaching profession and the quality of public education. While I applaud the time and diligence that was put forth by the Office of Human Resources and DPS, the effort of creating something out of nothing as the General Assembly failed to consult with school boards, superintendents, and educators in developing the legislation creating the 25% contracts, it is my hope that the board will sign NCAE's resolution against the GA's mandate for school board to offer 4-year contracts to 25% of its teachers. Remember, it is one vision, one Durham, not 1/4. If afforded additional time, I will try to highlight how divisive 25% contracts can alter the effectiveness of practices for school administrators in terms of practices highlighted by Standards 1 through 7 of the North Carolina Standards for School Executives. Standard 1 in strategic leadership creates the process to distribute leadership throughout the school. Standard 2, instructional leadership, creates an environment of practice distributive leadership and teacher empowerment. Standard 3, cultural leadership, build a sense of efficacy and empowerment among staff that result in a can-do attitude when faced with challenges. Standard 4, human resource leadership, models the importance of continued adult learning and creates and monitors processes for hiring, inducting, and mentoring new teachers and other staff in the school. At this time, I will stop, but I will forward this information to all board members. Thank you for your time and happy holidays.
Thank you very much, Ms. Underwood. The next speaker is Alexa Goff.
Good evening, everyone, board, superintendent. I'm very happy to be here tonight. I am a kindergarten teacher from Club Boulevard Elementary School, and I am here to read an open letter that has been drafted by the faculty at Club. The teachers of Club Boulevard Humanities Magnet School are committed to developing all of our students into thoughtful and responsible lifelong learners. We devote our full intellectual abilities to providing high-quality instruction that not only builds students' intellect but their character as well. We seek to maintain positive relationships with all the families at our school, and we recognize the intrinsic worth of every student and every family. We are colleagues and collaborators working together to help our students succeed, and we believe, without any doubt or hesitation, that giving tenure bonuses to 25% of the faculty is 100% misguided. The student population at Club is incredibly diverse. Our students, like the students at all schools, benefit from the diverse teaching styles and skills that our faculty possesses. Some students gain most from the after-school tutoring sessions offered by a classroom teacher. Some blossom through singing in the school chorus. Some depend upon small group instruction with resource teachers. Which of these teachers should be rewarded for being the best? We believe that the improvement of teacher quality and of public schools can only come through meaningful support for all teachers, not through divisive and inconsequential honors for a few. The teachers at Club Boulevard hope to work with Durham Public Schools and with our colleagues around the state to ensure the ongoing improvement of our common educational goals and standards. We know that competing with each other for a few $100s of funds will not improve anything. In some venues, competition can be an effective motivator, but we feel strongly that schools should not be one of those venues. Competition among faculty members is not likely to push teachers to work harder or work smarter. Instead, competition could push teachers to care less about the outcomes within their communities or within their schools, and more about the outcomes simply within their own classrooms. Right now, our faculty cares deeply about the success of all our students. We don't want that level of care to be jeopardized because teachers are being pitted against one another. At Club Boulevard, our teachers are united in the belief that collaboration among colleagues provides the best avenue to strengthen our students and our school community. The statute requiring the dispersal of tenure bonus funds for only the top 25% of teachers is unclear in its criteria and unhelpful towards the goal of raising student achievement. Our hope is that the Durham School Board will be an entity of trailblazing advocacy for teachers and public schools, and that it will work to find a creative and effective way to challenge this potentially divisive and harmful statute. And then we have a signature page. I believe in the excellence and efforts of my colleagues and do not believe there is any fair way to identify the top 25% of teachers at Club Boulevard. Instead of competing against my colleagues, I stand with them. I respectfully decline the tenure bonus money if offered, and that is signed by 27 of 28 eligible teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Goff. The next speaker is Tyrone Melton.
Good evening, Board. Good evening. Superintendent B. Coates. Every sport has clearly defined boundaries. Once outside the line, the game stops. Penalties are assessed. I know we know Dr. B. Coates has to go. Now the referee gives options so that both sides cannot say, I didn't know. That's unacceptable after there have been warnings. So let's get to it. Recent articles in the newspaper only gives the community a bit of what normally happens when raises are given to administrators. That is not the case in Durham Public Schools. It has been brought to my attention that not all principals are paid the same. Can you help the community, as well as employees of this district, understand why there is no consistency in how raises are given? My last public comments to this board were the following: turnover rate, salary increases in the Fuller building, an audit of salaries in the personnel department, and how custodians with the district are given steps and pay grades, and are they equitable? Some haven't gotten any raises at all. The investigation of bullying at the administrative level in the Fuller building, and I referenced the School Violence Act of 2009. To date, I have not received nothing, not even a conversation about any of it. I understand it continues to date. For example, in front of Dr. B. Coates sits a drawer with chips just like these, with a date on them. A custodian is not here based upon these particular potato chips being identified and bullied by administration and officers on the third floor. It's called bullying. We have come a long way. Why are we accepting I didn't know? That's the last thing we want our kids to say. I don't know. Do the right thing. Do not allow these recidivist acts today. Don't be challenged by power. You were elected to ensure the rights of all persons employed by the district, as well as to let the community know what's going on. Maybe a petition needs to be next, or maybe an outside source needs to just reveal the truth. Finally, Caesar stated, if we are really honest with ourselves, we must admit that our lives are all that really belong to us. So it is how we use our lives that determine what kind of persons we are. It is my deepest belief that only by giving our lives do we find life. I am convinced that the truest acts of courage, the strongest acts of humanity, are to sacrifice ourselves for something higher than that which we believe in and deeply love. Let's not confuse politics. Let's not confuse.
Mr. Milton, your
all
time
of
is
the
up.
above.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is William Anyu.
Hello, board and fellow community members. My name is William Anya. I'm a student at North Carolina Central University working on a master's in public administration, and I passed my turn. Thank you. Good.
What was that about? He passed his turn.
He passed his time.
Oh, he can get it later. All right. I was thinking that gentleman wanted to yield his time, but I guess not. The next speaker is Paige McCullough.
He left something up there. Milton left something up there.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. This is the biggest font on my computer, but I want everybody to see. Can everybody see what this says? 355. This was in the paper as the number of teachers that would qualify for the 25% contracts. So here's 356. Who wants to go tell the 356th teacher that she's not good enough to be offered a 4-year contract with a bonus? I don't think there's anybody here that wants to be a part of that. And so I am just emphasizing the arbitrariness of the proposal that, it's not a proposal, the law that the General Assembly has passed and that the board must carry out. This weekend I heard about a school where the principal feels philosophically that no teacher can be proficient in all areas, that there must be something where they're developing. Therefore, none of the teachers in that school will qualify for the 25%, to be among the 25% that are offered the 4-year contracts. For those teachers who are offered this trade your tenure for a contract, I hope that you understand and carefully read the details of the contract. Right now, only the $500 first-year bonus is offered. The second, third, and fourth years are not funded. And there are other aspects of this that I think it's very important for people to consider, even though I also will say I think that's a very personal decision, and I can understand why some people may feel that it's the right thing for you to do. Dear board members, I hope that you will take courageous leadership on this issue, and I thank you very much for having a resolution to consider tonight. We do not want in Durham to have a system of temporary employees as our teachers. Our teachers are not temp employees. They are professionals, and we should regard them as such. I hope that you will follow the path of the new Hanover board, and now we know that the Guilford County Board is also discussing this. I think there are going to be many boards that are going to say to the majority of the General Assembly, this is a bad idea, it stinks, and we're going to do it, but we don't have to like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCullough. Our next speaker is Nicholas Graber Graves.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Graber Grace. I am a teacher at Hillside High School, and my son is a kindergartner at Club Boulevard Elementary. It's good to be here tonight, and I want to express my gratitude to those at Club for the leadership that they've shown tonight and the really beautiful statement that you all have drafted. I'd like to get a copy, and we'll get that done at Hillside, because we've talked to folks already, and I haven't talked to anybody who wants to take this. I haven't talked to anybody who think it's a good idea. I was among a group that helped organize around the state the walk-in events that took place several weeks ago on November 4th. And one of the things that I think was remarkable about those events, which happened in upwards of 70 schools across the state after we just kind of rolled it out as an idea and it caught fire because people are so fed up and frustrated, is the way that we were able to pivot what initially began as talk of a walk out to a walk in. Because teachers are committed to standing with our students every single day. At a time when the legislature has abandoned our students, has started an attack, a full-scale attack and assault on public schools, we are committed to being with our students, being with our communities every step of the way. And so I'm grateful that you're considering this resolution tonight that calls for a repeal of this ill-conceived law. Much research has been done on motivation, what helps people want to perform. The studies show that if you're talking about simple inputs and outputs, productivity levels, making a widget, that pay for performance can have an impact. But when you're talking about creative work, when you're talking about work that requires originality, dynamic thought processes, planning work, simple inputs and outputs don't equate like that. The primary motivating factors in those sorts of work, which teaching is, are mastery and autonomy and creativity. Give a teacher the freedom to design plans and lessons that will work with their students. Creating a system of pay in the state that is based on standardized test scores runs counter to the idea of a system that would actually motivate teachers to be creative, differentiate instruction, and give our students, our diverse learners, what they need in the classroom. So we'll be working as NCAE, as teachers throughout Durham, to call on as many people as we can, teachers, school boards, to pass resolutions like this that say no to arbitrary and divisive contracts. We need to just say no to these sorts of policies that are designed to divide us against each other rather than to inspire people to work with the students who we so love. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graber-Graves. Our next speaker, or the two people have signed up together, looks like Lacey Steele and Ariana Steele. And I apologize if I mispronounced the name.
It's okay. It's Ariana, but we'll take
Ariana, all right.
Be quick, please. First of all, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing us to come before you. We promise to be brief. I really just want to say thank you. I'm here to express appreciation. Ariana is a sixth grader at Lowe's Grove, and she's in the Citizen School program. And it's just phenomenal. I went to the WOW, and it was wild.
Mm-hmm.
I literally was in tears. My child is speaking about phospholipid. Thank you. I'm in the medical field. And I was just wild. Talk about value added. And in a time when we have budget constraints and you guys are making difficult choices every day. Thank you for caring about my baby.
Hi, my name is Ariana Steele. I'm a sixth grader at Lowe's Grove. Citizen School is the best program I have ever been in. It is a mixture of fun, education, and preparing you for your future. They provide you with snacks, time to do your work, language arts lessons, and apprenticeships. They go out of their way to do certain events or to reward us. They take care of you like you are their family.
Oh, Thank you so much to the Women Steel.
Madam Chair, can I just recognize Jen Ellington, who's the director of the Citizen Schools Project in Durham?
Indeed, yes. I'm glad you pointed that out, Nancy. Thank you so much. And our last speaker is Kadira Hagos. Once again, I apologize.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kadra Hagos, and like Mom over there, I'm also a parent of a child that goes to Lowe's Grove in the Citizen School Program as well. I try my best not to cry. But yes, I agree with 100% with what she said. It's such a good program. My daughter Tydera, she actually started. This is her 8th grade year, so she's been in the program the last 2 years, and this is her last year doing the program, and it's really built her self-esteem, because in her 5th grade year, I was really worried. Going to 6th grade, I was kind of concerned that she wasn't going to be able to handle it, and it was going to be a scary world for her. But as soon as I found out about the program, I was racing other parents to get there and be the first one to sign up. And thankfully, she was able to get into the program, and it just built her self-esteem. Her grades, I mean, went straight A's. I mean, and it shocked me, because you worry that you're not doing enough at home, but then they've got their classes in the daytime, and then that Citizen School Program is a reinforcement of who they can be and what they can be. I mean, like, now our arguments at home isn't like, silly arguments. It's about what she wants to do, as far as does she want to do the early college program, or and I'm like, I don't know if you're ready for that, but she's like, I'm ready. And I mean, she's so excited about college, and an 8th grader, you don't expect that until they start high school, but she's trying to talk me into it. So but at the same time, I mean, just like Mom said, the wow, when you go there, because you're working all day, you're hoping that the school day is going good and they're learning, but when you go to the wow and you see what they learn, you know that it's valued time. And she just shines, and you hope that your child comes out of classes like that, and you worry about everything that's going around. And then I don't have to worry about the after school, when she's whether she's getting into like watching TV or focusing on stuff that's not going to benefit her. So I really, really appreciate the Citizen School Program, and Jen Ellington. I tell her all the time, and now we've got some new teachers there too, and I tell them thank you every day, because, and I always try to bake brownies and stuff, but I don't know I don't know if that's helping at all, but anyway, so I just want to thank you for that program, and that's pretty much it. Thank you, Mom.
Well, thank you very much for sharing those thoughts with us, and thanks to Citizen Schools.
Thanks to the board for making it happen.
All right, board members, I'm going to just revert back to where we were. We had a motion and a second to go into closed session for the reasons that I stated about a half hour ago. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say aye. Motion carries. We're now in closed session. right, board members and audience, we are back in open session, and I would welcome a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the board accept the superintendent's resignation on the terms negotiated between the superintendent and the board's attorney.
All right, is there a second?
Second motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that the board accept the superintendent's resignation on the terms negotiated between the superintendent and the board's attorney. Any discussion?
In referring to page 2, second paragraph, I question the idea of the statement that the board, Dr. Beagles and the board agree. I would prefer not saying that the board agrees, because it might be a matter of the board not agreeing. Could we insert the word, maybe the majority of the board agrees? It implies that here, that is the decision of the board.
Any thoughts, board members? I don't think it's a motion. It was sort of like a general question.
Discussion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are we allowed to discuss something when a motion?
I just consulted the attorney.
It's really we had a motion and a second, and then now Mega's just having discussion. I think that's relevant to the motion.
And your discussion, Board Member Parker, is regarding the unanimity of the decision. Yes. That it appears that it was a unanimous one, and you would rather have wordings.
If it is unanimous, fine. If it is not unanimous, then would we say that the board agrees? Or could we say the majority?
I think that, well, so we discussed a little bit the fact that this is the typical language that we see, that, you know, the board is used all the time to indicate a decision that was made by the majority of us. It just means, you know, the board.
In the discussion, Mr. Sewell indicated that it does not have to be stated in this language.
No, it doesn't have to be. I prefer it this way.
So the question is, and we've gotten a copy of the document that's been moved. It's being copied for the public, but there's a statement that, among other things, Dr. B. Coates and the board recognize that fundamental differences have arisen between the superintendent and board over the best way to govern the Durham Public Schools. Accordingly, Dr. B. Coates and the board agree that it is in the best interest of the school system for the parties to amicably resolve the terms for the conclusion of the Dr. B. Coates employment. And I think that Ms. Parker's question relates to whether that language suggests that, among other things, that the fundamental differences have arisen are between the superintendent and all board members, or whether it's between the superintendent and a majority of board members. And the way in which the language was written, it was written to refer to the collective board, which means the board that makes a decision by a majority, so that concept is included. And certainly if any board member feels as though, for example, they do not disagree with the superintendent's manner of governing the schools, there could either be a motion to change the language to state that it was differences between the superintendent and the majority of the board, or that board member could state their difference in this discussion now, and for the record and for the minutes of the Board of Education. And then the final is that the document was negotiated to approval on one side, and so it might involve a process if there's language changed in the document.
In both instances,
about the fundamental differences as well as the board agree, the superintendent and the board agrees that it is in the best interest of the school system. And that's the change that I would like to recommend.
Is that a motion?
We have a motion on the floor.
Well, I mean, it's a substitute motion. It could be handled as a substitute motion.
I second that motion to say board majority.
It's been moved and seconded that we change the language of this agreement that has already been signed to say, instead of the board recognize and the board agree, a majority of the board. I guess I wouldn't be in favor of that because I think it already has been signed and negotiated, and it means the same thing anyway. I understand your hesitation. I really do. I just want some clean next steps.
Does not mean the same thing. And it's my first time seeing this. And I understand that there was time was of an essence. And if I had had an opportunity to have seen this prior to this time, I probably would have caught it at that time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I object to the overall statement that the board. Now, we know, well.
Could we have Mr. Sue define the board again, what it means in here? What does the board mean?
The board is the collective body that governs the school system by majority rule.
So it would mean in this instance then, the collective body that governs the school system made a decision by majority rule. So it really does say the majority of the board. It's implied and rather than being explicit.
I would just add that, or rather reiterate that this is the standard language that we use, and unless we want to move towards always saying the majority of the board, whenever we describe any of our actions, this seems to me to be redundant, given that we are going to vote on this as individuals, and it will be a matter of public record who is in support of this statement and this agreement. So that I welcome anyone's opportunity to express themselves. I just don't see that it needs to be in this document that's already been signed and approved.
Any other comments or discussion? All right, so the current motion is to change the language of the agreement, the resignation agreement, as we've been discussing, to say the majority of the board rather than the board. Does everyone understand the motion?
And let me clarify that if that were to pass this evening, then there would need to be further action between attorneys on both sides, since this is a signed agreement already presented to this board. That would.
I think that is accurate. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we change the language of this resignation agreement to insert the words "the majority of" before "board" in the second paragraph in those two instances. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say aye.
Aye.
The motion fails 1-6, 2-5. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Ms. Parker. All right, motion fails 2-5. So we had another motion on the floor. And for clarity, I guess I will repeat it. It's been moved and seconded that the board accept the superintendent's resignation on the terms negotiated between the superintendent and the board's attorney. And those negotiated terms are the ones that we were just talking about, that we've been referring to.
And I would note that the document that is the subject of the motion is now a public record and available to the public.
All right, and the document that we are discussing, the resignation agreement, is now public record, available to the public. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands.
In favor of the motion.
Need some clarity? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Those opposed? Right, those opposed? The motion passes 4-3. Dr. B. Coates, I think you had some
Sure, I did.
words
I
you'd
wanna
like to.
address you, from up there if I could.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good evening. Just wanted to share a comment with our community and with the board members. According to Webster, journey is defined as the act or instance of traveling from one place to another. This journey has lasted 3.5 years or 42 months, approximately 1,260 days, 30,240 hours, 1,814,400 minutes, 108,864,000 seconds as of December the 31st, 2013. Let me first start off by saying the journey has strengthened my faith and belief that all our children can succeed. One example is that our graduation rate is at 80%. Despite what others may think or say, we, the teachers, the students, the principals, administrators, bus drivers, custodians, office support, parents, school board members, have all made a difference. Never let anyone tell you that we have not made a difference in the lives of the children that we have served over the last 2.5 years. I, as superintendent, did not do it alone. One person cannot. We have done it collectively. Let's just take a moment to reflect. In 2010-11, we conducted a listening and learning tour of Durham, North Carolina, garnering over 4,000 voices in the development of the district's first comprehensive strategic plan, One Vision, One Durham, that was referenced earlier tonight in the public comments. We've increased business involvement in the district through the Superintendent's Business Advisory Council. We established the Superintendent's Principals Advisory Council as a key stakeholder group. We developed the Budget Advisory Committee. We opened the state's second middle Montessori school, Lakewood. We adopted the DPS strategic plan. Rogers Hur Middle School was named a school to watch by the National Forum to Accelerate Middle Grades Reform. We received Race to the Top funding to support transformation at W.G. Pearson Elementary School, Lowe's Grove Middle School, and Neal Middle School. And we developed the Superintendent's Principal and Teacher Advisory Councils. In 2011 and 12, we had no low-performing schools under the state's accountability model for the first time. We were awarded district accreditation from Advance Ed. R.N. Harris Elementary School won the 2012 National Excellence in Urban Education Award from the National Center for Urban School Transformation. The facility shared between Lakewood Montessori Middle School and Durham YMCA opened. The Julian S. Carr Building at Durham School of the Arts reopened after a $14.9 million renovation due to the work of some predecessors. Project Search internship program for students with disabilities opened in partnership with Duke Durham Regional Hospital. Sandy Ridge Elementary School opened as a Magnet Arts program. DPS, NASA, and East Durham Children's Initiative partnered to provide a live downlink with astronauts aboard the International Space Station. We launched monthly radio broadcast partnership with La Mega Radio. We held the district State of Our Schools address where we updated our community on the status of the strategic plan. In 2012-13, our 4-year graduation rate rose to 79.6%, representing a 10 percentage point climb in 4 years, rounded up meeting the district's strategic plan target of 80% 1 year in advance. Hillside New Tech, J.D. Clement Early College, and Southern School of Engineering achieved 100% graduation rate. We met or exceeded growth in 77% of schools despite implementation of the Common Core curriculum, but we still have work to do with proficiency. We redesigned Southern High School into the Southern School of Engineering and Sustainability. Durham School of the Arts ranked #1 was one of the #1 high schools in North Carolina by U.S. News. I was also honored by being named Superintendent of the Year by the National Alliance of Black School Educators. We also had the Magic Johnson Bridgescape Academy open at Durham Performance Learning Center with 14 initial graduates. The Durham Hub Farm opened at Eno Valley Elementary School. We partnered with Duke University's Office of Durham and Regional Affairs to implement a dropout prevention support early warning system at Tuning, Lowe's Grove, and Neal Middle Schools. We partnered with Durham County Government, the City of Durham, and Duke Medicine to offer hands-on CPR training to all 10th graders. We relaunched the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. We revitalized the Superintendent's Closing the Achievement Gap Committee. That brings us to 2013-14. We opened 5 new magnet programs at Holt Elementary School, Lowe's Grove Middle School, Neal Middle School, the School for Creative Studies, formerly known as Tuning Middle School, and Southern School of Energy and Sustainability. We implemented middle school instructional focus areas at Brogdon, Carrington, Githens, and Lucas, leaving every DPS middle school with a unique magnet theme, calendar, or academic program. We launched the Durham Public Schools Family Academy, and we have redesigned the Superintendent's Business Advisory Council. The work must continue. There's much, much more work to do, and the goals that we established under my administration have all not been achieved. But one thing is clear, that the strategies used in the past have shown us that we can rise. We can rise from where the district's current academic rankings are. And what I say to my former, soon to be on December the 31st, colleagues, nothing is impossible. It is important to remember this as we strive to raise our current performance levels with the new accountability model. As I have stated in 2010 and in 2012, our role is to ensure that all students are successful. Regardless of who sits in the chair of superintendent, there are 3 C's that I would bring: compromise, commitment, and collaboration. That's what's required to continue to move the district forward. My hope is that this community will continue to do that important work. To my supporters as well as my non-supporters, I say thank you for what you have taught me. Principals, you are the greatest. Stay focused and do not get distracted by the noise. Teachers, you are the best, and I hope that you will be able to continue the work with the administration through the Superintendent's Teacher Advisory Council on ways to improve your working conditions in spite of the North Carolina legislature. To our students, thank you for your openness and thoughts with my work with you on the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council, and always remember what I taught you and told you about leadership. I hope this work continues. And to our business partners, the Superintendent's Business Advisory Council, you have been invaluable to this administration. I hope that this work also continues. We cannot be successful without any of you. The Superintendent's Principals Advisory Council, you were chosen by your peers, and I encourage you to continue to represent your peers and continue to advocate and to manage up. And to the executive leadership team, you're awesome. Thank you for your support. Thank you for representing your peers, and also thank you for managing up. That's a term that I know that I use a lot. But there's one person that I have to pay some special recognition to, and that is to you, Minnie Fort Brown, who was the chair at the time of my appointment to the superintendency in 2010. I say to you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Your leadership, your guidance, your support, and unwavering devotion to public education can never be surpassed, in my opinion. I listened to a sermon one time by Jeff Johnson while driving back from Baltimore, Maryland, and the speaker asked the question, are you a senior or are you an elder? And an elder is not necessarily defined by your age, but it's defined by your actions. And an elder is one who does not stand in the way of the next generation in hopes that they will enhance outcomes for the following generation. An elder is one who encourages, provides direction, supports, corrects, but is not scoldful. Minnie, you represent our elders, and you are one of them. You are a phenomenal leader. I will end as I began. This journey has strengthened my faith and my belief that all children can succeed if provided the appropriate resources. As a tax-paying member of this community, Durham, where I plan to remain, where my son received a great high school education at Hillside High School that adequately prepared him for college. I will continue my work to support young people because that's what I do. In addition, I will be an active community member who will continue to work with elected officials. As I continue to advocate for the voiceless and for the children in this community, my mission has not changed, nor has my vision. It will be accomplished. Durham Public Schools, I say thank you for the opportunity to serve. One vision, one Durham. Good night. Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. B. Coates, thank you very much for your positive contributions that you've made to the district, and we wish you the very best.
Madam Chair, I move that we go into closed session to consider personnel matters and to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel records pursuant to 143-318.11A1-6 and 115C-319, and to consult with the board attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided in North Carolina General Statute 318-.11A3.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. There's a second? It's been moved and seconded that we go into closed session for the purposes stated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? It's unanimous. We're in closed session. We're back in open session, and I believe there's a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that we appoint Hugh Osteen, our Deputy Superintendent of Operations, to be the acting superintendent of Durham Public Schools.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we appoint Hugh Osteen, our Deputy Superintendent of Operations, to be the acting superintendent of Durham Public Schools. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you, Hugh. Will you please come join us for the rest of the meeting? We're very grateful that you're willing to take on this additional challenge for us. And appreciate all that you've done for us and will continue to do, and it gives us comfort to know that you'll be acting as superintendent. I do want to just make a brief comment or two. I mean, I know there may be a bit of uncertainty and challenge as we move forward with this change in leadership, but I think it's important that we all understand that we will not falter. We will meet this challenge, and the reason why is because Durham Public Schools is strong, and our strength lies in our people, and our teachers, and our principals, and our staff that are in our schools working with students every day, very devoted to helping our students learn at high levels. And also our central administration team. So many of you are here with us still tonight, and you work and you plan and you implement and you never rest, it seems, in order to support and empower the people who are in our schools. And I'd like to speak just briefly about the board. Each one of us cares deeply about Durham and its children. Each one of us is committed to making decisions that are in the best interests of Durham's children. We don't always agree, but we do most of the time. We have a unity of purpose and a determination to work together for the very best outcomes for Durham's children. And it's not just the board. Really, every teacher, parent, principal, bus driver, nurse, counselor, commissioners, city council people, we all have one thing in common, and that is the welfare of Durham's children. We have 33,000 children in our care, and I expect that we will move forward with the resolve to do our very best work for them. Speaking of work, we have a lot of work to do. We have the rest of our meeting. The next item on the agenda is agenda review and approval, right? You've had a minute, you've had plenty of time to look at this agenda.
So, Madam Chair, I asked that after, in the Administrative Services Committee, we add the item C, if we could add in about fund balance. There's a resolution that our finance officer has asked us to move and approve.
All right.
And below the board resolution on teacher tenure, if we could consider a resolution about vouchers recommended by the North Carolina School Boards Association.
All right. So the suggestion is, the motion is, that we add as item C a fund balance resolution being proposed by our chief financial officer, and that makes teacher tenure and contract process D, teacher tenure board resolution E, and add another resolution opposing vouchers as F.
Yes.
Otherwise, the agenda will remain the same. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Those in favor say aye. 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 The agenda is approved with those changes. We've already had public comment. That brings us to the meeting minutes. And the minutes for November 21st, 2013, regular meeting, open and closed session, as well as the the minutes for the meeting on November 25th, 2013, the special meeting, open session, are being presented for our approval tonight. Any changes to the minutes? The minutes stand approved. That brings us to our consent agenda, and we have 2 items that were discussed in committee. Item A, the sale of Moore Street facility, and item B, child nutrition services, funding for equipment upgrades. Can I have a motion to approve? It's moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. Those in favor say aye. Aye. It is unanimous. We're now at item 11, reports of the committee. Our first committee is Support Services Committee. Thank you. We have no one signed up to speak. I'll turn it over to Ms. Parker, the chair of that committee.
All right, thank you. The one item which is on the agenda under Support Services Committee is Professional Learning Communities Early Release for the school year 2014-2015. And I see Mr. Key is ready to make that presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Parker. Good evening. Stand before you tonight to make a proposal that we increase the number of PLC Professional Learning Communities Early Release Days from 3 days to 8 days for the 2014-15 school year. We have some very compelling reasons for asking for this change to next year's calendar. As everyone knows, our standards have changed significantly, and we feel that we need to give our teachers more time to embrace, digest, and become better prepared with delivering those standards. Our teachers are having to prepare our students for a plethora of additional assessments that are now required throughout North Carolina. In fact, we've added 5 new exams to the middle school curriculum and 15 new exams to our high schools. These assessments are more rigorous and much more challenging for our students to perform well on, and we need to give our teachers more time. That's the bottom line. Our teachers need more time to be professionals, to work together, collaborate, and to help our students be more successful with these increased standards. As you can see, we have a summary of the calendar. We have 3 distinct calendars in Durham Public Schools. We have our year-round calendar, we have our specialty high schools calendar, and we have our traditional calendar. Our specialty high schools calendar are for those schools of CMA, City of Medicine Academy, Middle College High School, and Early College High School. As you can see, we now currently have 3 days for each calendar that were already approved, and we're asking to add an additional 5 days to each calendar for 2014-2015. I will bring to your attention in September, November, December, January, and April, those 3 days are the same so that our teachers can collaborate regardless of calendar. We've been very strategic with these different calendars. Again, keeping in mind what will be in the best interest of our teachers so they have the professional time necessary to respond more effectively to all this change that we've been implementing these past 2 years. To ensure that our public, especially our parents, know that we intend to be very good stewards about the use of this time, and to ensure that our teachers truly use this time to help improve teaching and learning in our classrooms, we do have some expectations. All teachers will participate, all teachers and staff, in the PLC early release day time that we'll provide for them. Teachers are expected to meet for enough time to make a difference, and that time will vary depending on the start time for each school. However, we will expect our teachers to still maintain at least a normal day, and in some cases maybe go beyond the normal day, because we know this work will be so fruitful and productive. We'll have no after-school activities in any of our schools until at least 4:15. So if we have athletic events, practices for an upcoming concert, theater performance, etc., to make sure all teachers can participate in these professional development activities for our teachers and staff. We'll have no middle school athletic events to be played on these PLC early release days at all, because typically they begin at 4 or 4:30, and again, there's travel time. We want to ensure these really are days designated for teacher development. And then lastly, we want to make sure our public and you are reminded that our K-5 after-school programs will remain open on those days. However, at this time, our 6-8 after-school programs would not operate on PLC early release days. But at the prodding of our board, we are currently researching the feasibility and cost of what it would take to be able to offer after-school programming for our 6 through 8 schools, our middle schools next year, and we'll bring that back to the board at a later date. And at this time, we ask that you obviously discuss as you deem appropriate, and then if you could, take action for us.
All right, thank you.
Prior to that, I'd like to offer a motion that we accept the proposed early release days.
All right. Second. All right, we have a motion to accept the additional 5
Correct.
proposed early release days for the 2014-15 calendar year.
Yes, ma'am.
Any discussion or comments from the board?
I want to emphasize the importance of these early release days. Having been in the classroom for many years, but I've been out for many years. But things have certainly changed since that time. And in order for our teachers to have adequate time to do the assessment and to do whatever it is that they need to do to collaborate, I find it necessary. And I do hope that all of you will be able to see the importance of these early release days for the teachers.
Great comments, Ms. Parker. Anyone else? I just want to say I'm really excited we're giving them 5 days. I think in the beginning when we were implementing professional learning communities, we had more days than 3. Every year I believe this board has asked, why don't they used to have more days, didn't they? And it seemed like that was a key component and essential ingredient for success within the PLC model is being sure teachers have paid time, without students. Right. And so since we really believe in the PLC model, I've always thought it was one of our major reform efforts, one that really had good potential to work. I'm glad we're adding these 5 days back. And are these days that will be protected for teacher work? These aren't additional days that could be taken up with staff or central office level or district development, or that's yet to be determined?
All of these days will be designated as PLC early release days for work to be completed in the schools. Now, we have reserved 3 of the 8 days for district-wide PLC work, such that, so for the typical day, if I'm a chemistry teacher at a high school or an 8th grade science teacher at a middle school, all those teachers who teach the same subject would come together and do their work so they can plan and share collaboratively. But we have designated 3 days, reserved 3 days. It doesn't mean we have to use those 3 days, so that all chemistry teachers throughout the entire district could come together and complete that same level of work, or that all 8th grade science teachers across the district could come together and collaborate and share their best teaching practices. But we will not be using these days for district level professional development.
Thank you, Mr. Key. All right. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the additional 5 PLC early release days for 2014-15. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. It was unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next committee to report is Administrative Services Committee, and Ms. Byer is the chair of that committee.
Right. I'll welcome our Chief Financial Officer to help us with these items. The CAFRA is the first one we have on our agenda, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. And just for initial clarification, and I apologize, there were, in order to clarify the 3 items that need approval and the additional item of the committed fund balance, what was provided was 3 motions to assist in those functions, not a resolution.
Okay.
So we would look for the 3 motions in order, 1, to have the CAFR approved, 2, to have a budget resolution, and the 3rd one to clearly designate committed fund balance as a separate motion.
Okay.
You've been provided tonight for the first item a review packet that the auditors are here to present at whatever level of detail you want with Reeves and Associates on the audit. So I'll call them forward, but this item was discussed in detail at the committee, and an extensive overview was given of both the numbers, the notes, and the statements at that time. If it's the pleasure of the board, I mean, they're welcome to present. If not, we
Board members, does anyone have any questions they would like to ask of our auditors in addition to the ones that we've already asked in committee? We did indeed spend quite a bit of time with you in committee that day. I thank you for your time. I thank you for being here. It doesn't appear. Natalie, did you have anything?
No, I have my motion when you're ready.
I'm ready. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the detail at our committee. We did discuss this extensively. I move for approval of the fiscal year 2012-13 Durham Public Schools Board of Education Comprehensive Annual Financial Report prepared by the Durham Public Schools Financial Services staff and audited by the certified public accounting firm of Reeves and Associates.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the comprehensive annual financial report. And the very end of the motion was that was conducted by Reeves and Associates. Everyone clear on the motion? Yes. Those in favor say aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
The second item before you tonight is the 2013-14 budget resolution. Again, was discussed in detail, provided at committee, and then was tabled at the board. We have corrected the references as it relates to fund balance for the replacement pages in the book, but do look for approval of the 13-14 budget, or resolution, excuse me.
I wanted to ask you about the fund balance resolution. Is that that's not this yet? We're not there
that's
yet.
The next item.
That's the
correct.
next item.
Yep.
I'm just noticing that in section 2, though, I like the way you have local revenue broken down into unrestricted, special restricted, and fund balance appropriated. I just think that will help us have greater clarity going forward with that. Otherwise, I'm ready to approve. Anyone else have any questions? I would welcome a motion.
Yeah, I move that we approve the initial budget resolution for 2013-14.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded.
Yeah.
Can I offer a friendly language amendment since I have
Oh,
exactly
yes, indeed.
Yeah, withdraw your motion. He's giving her the direction.
I love this, how precise it is. I move for approval of the 2013-14 budget resolution, which is required by the North Carolina General Statutes, Article 31, 115C-425 Annual Budget Resolution. You need the rest of it too, or you want the rest of it? Each local school administrative unit shall operate under an annual budget resolution adopted and administered in accordance with this article. A budget resolution is balanced when the sum of estimated net revenues and appropriated fund balance is equal to appropriations.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the initial budget resolution for 2013-14, which is required by North Carolina General Statute, and that's the annual budget resolution statute. Those in favor say aye. Aye. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The third item before you, again, just for transparency and clarification within the budget process, we bring a separate motion in order to have committed fund balance approved and specifically designated at that highest level. So we provided a motion to clarify that at this point.
Would you like to hear this one?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board approve committed fund balance in the amount of $7,455,975 for salaries and benefits in the 2013-14 budget resolution. This portion of fund balance can only be used for a specific purpose and must be approved by the Board of Education. Any changes or removal of specific purpose requires majority action by the governing body that approved the original action.
Second.
Excellent, excellent motion. I will not be able to repeat it. Is it clear to everyone?
Yes. Clear.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded that we approve as committed fund balance the $7,455,975 for salary and benefits, et cetera, et cetera. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is also unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Beaulieu. All right. Next, Natalie.
So, yeah, Dr. Hester is introductory. Yep.
That's what I'm sorry.
Dr. Hester, you had some speakers here earlier that were concerned about this issue and they had to head home, but we know that we heard them and you're going to share this methodology with us.
Yes. Okay, good evening, board members and audience. Before we get into the presentation, I do feel compelled to say that this administration shares in the concern of the board and the teachers about this new legislation. It grieves us that the few incentives the state had for teachers are becoming a thing of the past. And we need any and everything to attract and retain excellent teachers. Our children, of course, deserve the best. So tonight's presentation will focus on how we move forward given the decision by the General Assembly to eliminate tenure as we've known it in the past. Effective this year, if a teacher does not already have tenure, he or she will not receive it. The district has been charged to identify 25% of the teachers and instructional personnel who've been employed for at least 3 years and proficient on evaluations and offer 4-year contracts. If teachers who accept the contracts have tenure, they must relinquish tenure. If anyone who accepts the contract, of course, they will receive $500, which will be cumulative, but only added to their base pay. And we will provide an example later in the presentation. In 2018-19, career status will no longer exist for anyone. So teachers who have it currently will lose it. At that time, only 1, 2, or 4-year contracts will be offered with no bonus payments. At this time, we don't know the criteria that will be used in the decisions to offer 1, 2, or 4. As I indicated earlier, we don't agree with the legislation, but we have to be prepared to execute. We'd like to share and receive approval for the methodology for identifying the 25% who are eligible to receive a 4-year contract. After vetting this topic thoroughly with council, we propose that the following steps are taken. Number one, first of all, of course, we have to identify the eligible teachers with 3 or 4 years. We came up with 1422. 25% of that is 355.5. We cannot round up, so it's 355. Contracts can be offered for 1415. We then would like to propose that we identify eligible staff at each school and compute the 25% versus computing the 25% district-wide. We will also like to, because the Attorney General office shared that the instructional support personnel is included in this, we'd like to put those folks in who meet that criteria in a category in itself of their own and then compute the 25%. For example, we would put all the counselors together, all the facilitators together, all the content specialists together and take 25% of that number, keeping in mind that we can't exceed the 355. Number 4, survey district staff regarding the proposed methodology and their interest. And I will share, we actually closed on the survey today and received some of the results. So I will share the results from the ranks with you later. The 5th and 6th steps are to assign numerical value to the evaluations from the past 2 years and divide by the number of ratings and sort from highest to lowest. We've given examples, and we've shared these examples before, of a teacher who received ratings on standards 1 through 5 in 2011-12, in 12-13, get a combined total of 26. divide by the 10 ratings, and would get 2.6 as the rating. And if a career teacher is on abbreviated evaluations, they are only evaluated against standards 1 and 4, and we gave an example of that as well. Step 7, identify the staff with highest ratings that fall within the 25%, and those would be the folks who would be eligible for the 4-year contract. If there is a tie, we recommend that we apply a numerical value to the elements that are contained under each standard. 9, we will apply the same principle for computing the numerical value for instructional support staff and determine eligibility. If there is a tie in this instance, we would, and those particular evaluations don't have elements, then we would use seniority to break the tie. If there are no evaluations available for some reason, the following criteria will be used: educational leadership in school, district, and community, attendance, seniority, discipline, advanced degrees, multiple certifications, national board certified, district recognitions and awards, and so on. And we receive these recommendations from the Superintendent's Teachers Advisory Council as well as the Durham Association of Educators. If there is a tie and the evaluations don't have elements, we again will use seniority. Step 11, we'll compile the list and submit to the Board of Education for approval. 12, after approval, we will offer the contracts to the eligible 25%, and they must accept or reject. Career status teachers who are not offered 4-year contracts in June or reject a 4-year contract will retain their career status under the existing law until July 1st, 2018. Non-career teachers who did not obtain career status prior to this year and are not chosen for the 4-year contracts are only eligible to receive 1-year contracts until July 1, 2018. Here is the example that I mentioned about the money that is tied to this particular legislation. This is an example of a teacher's base pay for having 10 years of experience being $35,800. If this teacher is offered and accepts the 4-year contract, $500 would be added to the base pay, and $35,800 plus $500 is $36,300. The following year, because it's cumulative, it would be the base pay plus $1,000. But again, it's $35,800 plus $1,000 is $36,800. The following year, base pay plus $1,500 is $37,300, and the final year, base pay plus $2,000 is $37,800. While at the end of that 4-year period, this particular example, the teacher would take home $5,000. However, the actual raise will only increase to $2,000. In the process of developing the methodology, we've received feedback from the Superintendent's Teacher Advisory Council. As I mentioned previously, Durham Association of Educators, principals, all principals, and teachers who responded to the survey. Since I just received the results today, they are not included in this PowerPoint, but I will share the results. We had 1,235 responses, or 45.4% response rate. Of the 1,235 respondents, 869 have been in the district for 3 or more years. 557 were classroom teachers. The survey branched off, so only the 864 out of the 869 actually responded to the methodology questions. When asked the preferred method for selecting the 25%, 62 or 7% want us to consider only staff in high-need schools, high percentage of free and reduced price meals, and low proficiency. 33 or 3.8% want us to consider only staff in hard-to-fill areas such as math, science, and EC. 106, or 12.3%, want us to consider all eligible staff district-wide using a numerical formula and assign values to evaluation standards. 234, or 27%, which is the majority, want us to consider eligible staff at each school and have an instructional support category and assign values to the evaluation standards as proposed. Another 288, or 33%, felt they did not know enough to make a decision, and another 141, or 16%, indicated other ideas. And of the 16% that indicated other ideas, many of them were not other ideas, they were comments and their sentiments about the legislation. We also asked if they were offered the contracts, would they accept the contracts? And 119 of the 864, or 13.8%, indicated they would accept if offered. 302, or 35%, plan to reject the offer. 443, or 51%, are unsure if they would accept or reject. In conclusion, based on the guidance from the council and the survey results, the administration feels comfortable in asking the board to approve the methodology as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Hester, and it's nice how you clarified that we would be approving the methodology, not the actual law.
Correct.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
Comments. As we heard this proposal when we went to our District 3 meeting, we all sat there with our mouths open because we did a quick calculation of what this $500 offer would actually mean to our teachers. Mm-hmm. Now, $500, and we all did the math real quickly because, you know, we were all good math students, comes out to be about $12.50 a week, I think it is. $2 a day. You can get 2 cups of coffee from McDonald's. You can't get a cup of coffee from Starbucks.
Half a cup.
You can get a half a cup from Starbucks. But that is what is equivalent to $500 a year. And I think they did the math and said it would actually take a teacher in North Carolina 16 years to make $40,000 based on this. That's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous. And as a teacher, I am embarrassed that the state that used to be called the education state would have this as a consideration, not as a consideration, but as law. Mm-hmm. As law. So we have definitely gone backwards. I am certainly in favor of the resolution. I know we have to obey the law by being board members, so we have to implement it, but we don't have to like it. So I'm very glad that we're doing the resolution and that we're speaking out and that hopefully laws can be changed.
Great comments. How about this end of the table?
Ready for a motion?
I don't even like voting for the methodology, Pastor. It just bugs me so much, and I know our attorneys and our HR folks want this to put in place. I'm concerned that we just surveyed teachers, but then we didn't change anything from the proposal based on what they said. And I don't know what the purpose of the survey was, but
the majority of them indicated that they wanted us to do what we were proposing.
I thought I heard you say a lot of them thought we should focus on staff in high-need schools and hard to. Did I miss that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you repeat that one? The first couple of them.
It was only 3. 7% wanted us to consider only staff in high-need schools, and 3.8% wanted us to consider only staff in hard-to-fill schools or hard-to-fill areas.
my other concern is that they think it's not anonymous, and if we can reassure them that it truly is an anonymous survey and it's not what we're going to use to
Yes.
to identify the,
And we put that stipulation and sent another clarifying email out to them.
The other thing that I don't think teachers understand is that if they refuse this coupon, but bribe, that they do keep their tenure until 2018-19. And the hope of the resolution and other civil disobedience acts perhaps around the state would be that the General Assembly reconvene themselves and fix this mess. So how are we going to make clear to teachers that they can refuse this and maintain their career status? Because I think they think it's gone regardless.
So one of the things we've shared the PowerPoint presentation with the principals, and the principals will share the PowerPoint presentation with their teachers and invite HR staff to come and present if necessary.
Is there anything that would prevent us as a district, I think attorneys don't like my ideas, from offering $499 if you are offered and refuse it? You get $1 less or $1 more.
Say that again?
You're offered a $500 bonus if you take it and relinquish your status, but you get $499 if you keep your status. A Durham thing. Durham thing.
Yeah.
I don't even get it. Sorry.
I get it.
So you don't accept the terms of the deal.
Uh-huh.
So you're not bound by it.
You keep your career status and you get $500 from Durham.
So you get $499.
Fire that $499. 501. 501 sounds better. Yeah. I mean,
Still just 25%.
To the teachers.
I don't know that I really like your creative thinking, Natalie. Really, really do. I don't know that it achieves our goal of building unity. One of the things about this proposal that's most troubling, well, there's so many things that are troubling. I don't know how to rank them, but it wouldn't do anything to counter the divisive nature of this legislation. But I really
$498 to everybody else. We've got to. I feel like we're at the point where our teacher retention is such a massive issue that we're going to have to dig in and look at our local supplement, look at what we're paying people with master's degrees. We're going to have to get creative. So maybe in the next couple of months we can have conversations about that.
Absolutely.
Could I
Next
mention
couple of months? Not tonight.
Could
we can continue to state our personal opinions on this, and we support the teachers. Our administration is advising us, along with legal advice, about the methodology. So, Madam Chair, we can have more discussion, but I want to move that we proceed in support of the administration methodology resolution to the employment teacher tenure.
Second.
I just have one comment, which is that I don't want to let an opportunity pass without an opportunity to educate our public about what career status really is. And so, Tina, I would like you to just explain what give us a definition, please, of career status.
Career status allows for some teacher protection under the law. For example, if career status is taken away, teachers, probationary teachers, no longer have a right to a hearing before the board if they're non-renewed. We don't even have to give them reasons for the non-renewal. We also, once they appeal, you don't have to grant them the appeal. So they lose protections that they currently have.
And Tina, can teachers who have career status be fired?
Yes.
Yes. So I just want to, I know I'm not telling you guys, if anybody's up late watching school board meeting, we want them to know, we want you to know, public, that this does not mean you're guaranteed a job forever. I think there's a lot of confusion about that this only gives our teachers due process rights. It doesn't keep them from being fired. It's just an opportunity to to appeal your case and to know why decisions have been reached. So that's all. Thank you.
So-
And I'm going to really hold my nose. I wish we had giant clothespins or something to put on our nose for this vote, but
I'll be tiny brief because you inspired me to think there is a model teacher contract coming, and I would think that we could look at ways in Durham to add those due process rights and rights to hearings and back to our model contract if we chose to in Durham as another creative.
Put all of these on your list for administrative services. They sound like things we want to take up in committee for sure. Real quick, we had the one speaker who raised the issue if there is no eligible staff at the school because everyone in the school, the principal believes that everyone is developing in some way. No one in that school would get one, I guess.
I can't even respond to that because I'm not sure if that's accurate.
That goes to the training about the evaluation instrument and being consistent with it across schools, and so
Absolutely. And one of the problems is that the evaluation instrument was developed as a growth instrument. And so we encouraged our principals initially, of course, to be very honest and we also emphasized that if a teacher received a developing, it really wasn't the end of the world, that they had an opportunity to get better. Mm-hmm. But now in midstream, we've changed the purpose of the instrument and we're using it differently, which is unfortunate.
And the part about teachers or instructors or support staff for whom an evaluation is not available, what would be some examples of that?
For example, sometimes we have teachers on leave who are still employed with the district and they have to be included in the count. So if they were on leave and didn't have an evaluation, then we would need a mechanism for determining whether or not they met the eligibility.
Okay. There won't be many of those, or am I wrong?
We have quite a few folks that were on leave last year.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the proposed methodology for identifying 25% of the staff who are eligible to receive a 4-year contract effective July 1st, 2014 as part of the teacher tenure and contract process. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Let's see, now that brings us down to teacher tenure board resolution.
So
And-
we have two resolutions. One is at your place. It's a little bit longer. And one, I think in our packet, is an example that New Hanover's Board of Education passed. And I would just hope that you guys would be willing to consider passing one or both or two, or, consider discussing those tonight. Did you have a chance to look at either of them? We talked about them a little bit in committee. Does anyone have a preference of which? Oh, attorneys look at them. That's always good.
Well, if he's just looking at it, I think we don't need to make a decision if he's just looking at it, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I hear you, Pastor.
hasn't he seen him before? Is that gonna?
They're really fairly tame. They both are fairly tame.
Is this one the NCAE's? No, this longer one?
The longer one is from NCAE.
So did they change theirs? Their original language, I thought, had a whereas clause saying that we wouldn't implement it.
The original
It says it.
language circulated by NCAE it was arguably ambiguous about whether you'd support the law. This one now says, by this one I mean the 2-page version, now says, now therefore be it resolved that while the Durham Public Schools Board of Education will implement laws as required, it will, to the extent possible, avoid adopting a plan that is divisive and damages the collaborative working relationship among teachers. Of course, you just adopted a plan. I leave you to make your own judgment about whether it's divisive or not. And the other one is a little more flat. But neither one of them says you're not going to follow the law, and you just voted that you will.
Right.
Does anyone have a feeling about which one of these we should adopt, if either? I think we're in favor of adopting one.
I want to adopt the 25%, the 2-page.
All right, and
Okay.
Against the General Assembly's mandate.
all right.
Yes, I move that we adopt the resolution against the General Assembly's mandate for school boards to offer 4-year contracts to only 25% of its teachers.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the resolution against the General Assembly's mandate for school boards to offer 4-year contracts to only 25% of its teachers. The one that we're referring to is the one being proposed by North Carolina Association of Educators. Normally we read them. It's due to this late hour. I think we'll waive the reading. Well, yes. Any further discussion?
The main thing is that this one is asking them to repeal it.
Exactly.
And I think that's the bigger point. Okay, I don't know that we said that out loud.
I think that they both actually have that, but that is a very important point.
Not that that's different between the two, but that the resolution is asking them to repeal it, which is what we want our community to hear and our community to please write your state legislature and advocate for repeal of this silliness.
Very good. Excellent. All right. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed say aye. It is unanimous. And we have one more resolution that we're going to consider tonight. Is that correct? On vouchers?
Yeah, Minnie, this one comes from North Carolina School Boards Association. You want to talk about that one, or just say that it's from the Board of Directors and the litigation that was filed, right?
From the Board of Directors, I think Hertford County, I can't remember, Rutherford County. There are 3 counties that came forward that participated in this, and we've been asked as one of the 115 districts, and they're asking all 115 districts to actually pass resolutions at their boards to oppose the voucher system that's being presented in the Senate Bill 402, and to do something very similar to what we did to stop the virtual school legislation. So that's what the North Carolina School Board Association is asking, and that's already been on the books with those districts that have jumped out in front. And so, as our legislative liaison, you've brought this to us, and I hope that we will definitely go on and do this resolution as well.
And we might just...
If we don't know what vouchers are, they're giving, they're taking taxpayer dollars, giving them to students to go to private schools. It's as easy as to say it. That's exactly what it is. They're taking taxpayer public dollars and giving them to children to go to private schools.
Schools where their progress will not be monitored or reported, which runs counter to all of the mandates that public schools operate under in terms of reporting back to the public, which is reasonable given that we operate on public dollars. But these dollars go into essentially a black hole, never to be heard about again.
Right.
No accountability to ensure non-discriminatory practices are followed. It's another problem with this
Separation
bill.
of church and state.
Separation of church and state.
They amount to all of $4,200 per child, which is cheaping out on some of our neediest students. I don't know what school or what quality of education you could purchase in Durham County for $4,000.
How about read the last, just the be it resolved, just so if people are...
Now therefore be it resolved, the Durham Public Schools Board of Education hereby agrees to join as a plaintiff the pending litigation captioned Reverend Robert Richardson III, Michael and Dolores Galloway, Stephen W. Sizemore, and the North Carolina School Boards Association versus the State of North Carolina, the North Carolina State Board of Education, and the North Carolina State Education Assistance Authority, and authorizes the attorneys engaged by the NCSBA and other plaintiffs to represent the Board of Education in the litigation, with the litigation cost to be borne by North Carolina School Boards Association's Legal Assistance Fund on this 19th day of December.
So this does not have any financial implications for the board, it appears.
Right, none for us.
Do we know that for sure?
Right, because it says the litigation cost will be borne by the North Carolina School Board Association's Legal Assistance Fund.
So they're going to be paying Eddie Spees, a fine lawyer, and Bob Orr to do this. I would just say, Allison called me about this earlier in the week. We're not your lawyers in this. I can't tell you that there won't be consequences of being a plaintiff or a party to litigation. There often are consequences. I'll give you as an example, Charlotte Mecklenburg, which joined the Hope County litigation over equal funding, ended up on the other end of that process, essentially as a defendant instead of a plaintiff. I'm not in a position, because I'm not familiar with the litigation, to tell you whether there's any potential risk along those lines. Probably small if there is.
Well, I think we will have the support of the National School Board Association, which also has an opposition to vouchers, and they have a legal team that can come and assist us in the event that we are somehow sought out to fall on our sword. So I think we'll be okay.
All right. Was there a motion?
Move that we accept Durham Public Schools Board of Education resolution in favor of, or in opposition to, North Carolina General Assembly Senate Bill 402.
And that we're going to join as a plaintiff in the pending
How do you want me to
litigation.
title it?
I guess we need to say that. I know it is hard to know.
Second.
Well, let's get it right. So.
It's not Senate Bill 402. That's the budget.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Sure
It's okay.
was.
Well, we opposed that too, actually. We didn't like it
Well,
either.
that's let's just do it all at one time. All right, let's see. So we want to say, what do we want to say, Ken?
Just the same resolution statement that Natalie read.
At the bottom.
Yeah.
Just read
Okay.
that.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the Durham Public Schools Board of Education resolution, which says that the Board of Education hereby agrees to join as a plaintiff the pending litigation, etc., as read by Natalie Byer. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say aye. It is unanimous. Now, board members, I need a motion to once again go into closed session to consider personnel matters and to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel records pursuant to 143-318.11A1, 6, and 115C-319, and to consult with the board attorney to preserve the attorney-client privileges provided in North Carolina General Statute 318.11A3. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
We're in closed session. All right, board members, we are back from closed session, and Mr. Osteen, do you have a recommendation for us? Yes. All right, board members, is there a motion to accept the personnel report for, what is the date? December 19th, 2013?
I move that we accept the report.
Those in favor of accepting the personnel report for December 19th, 2013, say aye. Aye. It is unanimous. That brings us to our last item on the agenda, which is adjournment. Before we adjourn, on behalf of the Board of Education, we wish you all warmest wishes for happy holiday and peace and restful times. We're adjourned.
Nancy, I'm setting myself an alarm.